Good afternoon. Is it Tuesday? Oh, shoot. It's
Yeah,
Tuesday,
yeah.
December
The
2nd.
second.
Today's guest is a strategist and creativity awareness educator who believes awareness changes everything. Together, we'll explore how self awareness sparks automatic change, why nature never makes mistakes, and how living a human centric life can simplify choices and unlock our true potential.
Mhm.
How are you
Yes,
today?
I'm good.
That's
I'm
good.
good to see you, Wanda.
I'm glad to have you here.
Yeah.
Creativity and awareness are right up my alley, so I'm excited
Hmm.
to have you here today.
Are you neurodivergent?
United States?
No, neurodivergent. Are you
Oh,
dyslexic or
I am. I have ADHD, PTSD, and
and everything
borderline
and everything in the
personality.
bucket? Yeah, okay, I am the same way. So yeah, that's that. I just was curious if you were, because then it's easy to talk to.
Oh yeah, that's a big part of the reason why I do this.
Yeah,
As I think it needs to be talked about more and normalized more because so many people go through it.
yeah. I agree too, and also we don't believe nature makes a mistake. I don't believe. I think we are all one of one human. Secondary, you are a woman, me a man. Secondary. That's not the first. We're not a woman and man first. We are a human first, and then we are a man, and then we are American, and whatever, Polish or whatever everybody is. So I believe just looking from when the thesis is wrong, then all the consecutive thoughts are off. So if I say the Earth is flat, and I do all technology and everything on the Earth is flat, then everything will be distorted. And I try to bring it back to that we are part of nature and one of one, and therefore I cannot tell you what's right, and you cannot tell me what's right. You can say this has worked for you, and that's worked for me. Everybody has a different perception of what.
Perspective.
Everybody has a different perception. Even if we look both at green and think that's green, we don't know what you might see my purple as green, and I might see my green as red. It's just, but we know because red is, we give a word to it.
Yeah.
So we're not understanding. We're just assuming, and everything is a little bit distorted. And by exchanging theories and my perception, and not saying, oh, my perception is generalized, and
Yes.
that's what all men do, that's what all women do, that's what all whatever Ghazian people or Jewish people do. Any generalization, this self-destruct humanity.
Yes.
When you generalize and say
Are you still with us, Michael? Oh, you glitched for a second, but you're still
yeah,
here.
yeah. So that's what I want to make this theory clear, and also like you say, and therefore you don't have to be serious. See, the other thing, you have humor in your thing,
Oh,
and I say,
yes.
yeah. You, if you cannot monkey around, I said monkeying around. If you cannot monkey around, I know from, because I'm a creative. I could not do anything else but art, and I did 3,000 paintings and whatever. I did a lot of stuff, music. Uh, I was in politics, art, politics, and everything.
I started
And
working on a collage.
exactly that, you do whatever, and it's perfect. Do you understand? I cannot say, even if I hate it, I cannot say your collage is horrible. And that's what so often happened, because we're so, I think that we fit in, and we can't really fit in. We can fit together, but not fit in. I cannot, you know, be your age and be in your group and whatever. We all connect, we interact, but not fitting in. Fitting in is the worst thing for, which is generalizing. It's like all in this group, everybody does that. And if you don't want to be in this group or you can't take that, you shouldn't be in this group. You should go to another group where you actually can connect with the people.
Yes, I
And I think
agree.
those are, we just set the basics for, now you can ask me anything about the, because in the context of what I just said, it will help our conversation to be stronger.
Okay. Well, usually before I start, I ask, what is your favorite color and what's your favorite food?
Green, color green,
Yes.
because it's a, and I was always thinking, why green? Because it is so many, it has so many variants. First of all, green is, systemically segregated in blue and yellow, and blue and yellow are primary colors, and green is a mixture. And then you have so many greens that speak so much for, and also green is healing,
Yes.
green is heart. It's like it is so that, I see when you like green, you're human-centric, definitely, because there's so many variants. I mean, you look at the Kelly green of Ireland, you look at the forest green of the high fashion, you look at the all this. And green is phenomenal, And then
Yes.
what I
I
eat,
agree.
what I like to eat is, oh my God, this, you really threw me a thing here, because I eat when I'm hungry. I'm not eating when I
You're
and I
bored.
and no, I think in the moment I'm thinking, I want to say right now I want a schnitzel, and tomorrow I want vegan food, and the next day I'm not vegan or anything. I don't have any direction. I eat what my body wants.
Okay, that's fair. My favorite color is also green, and my favorite food would probably be mac and cheese or tacos.
Oh, I eat those. I eat them. They're very comfy. You know what I like with mac and cheese? When you put it on something. So when I get even a meatloaf or something, and I put a little bit of mac and cheese on top. I like the mixture of that. Yeah.
Oh, with
Yeah.
some bacon.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that would
So
be delicious.
of course you're creative, and when you're human, you are creative, because I define humanity as collaborative, creative species of nature. Now let that in, let that sink in. We are collaborative, creative species of nature. I explained that. So ants built like there's 5 different or 6 different or 7 different ant hills. Elephants just walk around and sleep and think, but nobody creates the San Francisco Bridge. Nobody creates New York. Nobody creates Singapore. Nobody goes to Mars or wants to go to Mars. Nobody goes to the moon. We are we create stuff. We create the systems, and we create stuff. Our houses, our homes, everything. And even if you say, no, I hear often, accountants and business people say, I'm not an artist. And yet they're almost like shying away from an artist. I said, you wouldn't be a businessman or accountant if you weren't creative in being being that accountant. So, because you make certain choices, and the choices are all creative. Because even if I think, how do I comb my hair today? I have 15 combs, and you choose the one that works for you. Or what am I wearing today? You see it the most in fashion, and you have your hair, you have this T-shirt. You constantly make creative choices,
I
and
agree.
and so that's why we are creative is the essence. Uh, if people see why people say they're not artists is because, or they're not creative, is because the system has made creativity a product. Like you create, let's say you create a new scrape, a new knife. You create a new kind of knife, and people don't like that knife. That knife is not going to be sold. Now in art, we have the most artists in the world right now, You create something doesn't mean it can support you. So that's why I say, often we are in a system that where you have to take a little job and then do as much art as you can, and you have just be supported by that thing. So that's that's the thing. It would be good if it was different, and if we, where we just support the expression of each human, because that's what art is, the expression of each human, and uh, and by that I see you. So even if I know you for 10 years, and you have never told me that you do collages, you have never told me that, right? And all of a sudden, Michael, I'm also an artist. I do art. I said, for how long? Since I know you, Michael, 10 years. And I said, are you crazy? Show me the art. And once I show you the art, or do you show me the art? It's blinding. It's like all of a sudden, how I look at you adjusts totally. I get a more crystal clear view of you and know you once I see your expression. Well, I've never seen you. I just text with you. I never
Yep.
have seen you. You know that how that is. And then you see the person. Wow, it gets clearer. And what comes out of the person, and you see that is even more clear. You know?
It's beautiful.
Yeah, yeah.
So I've got some questions here.
Go, hit me, hit me already.
I got some from off your page, but then I also typed some into Copilot, and so there's so many here. Hmm. Can you describe your creative voice?
My voice, my creative voice is very defined, very, which you also hear from my talking. I explain it to you that I communicate, and I want what I comes out of me to be as clear as possible. So that's why I do, hard edge paintings. A lot of my things are hard and primary colors, hard edge forms that are geometric, because this is what comes out of me, and it fulfills me seeing the colors and everything. And I do this kind of in writing too, and in speaking. I try to make common sense. I bring it to the essence, because it was so hard for me as a neurodivergent person to understand. When you put everything together, for me, the worst thing is AI paintings. They're so convoluted and so thing. I can't get anything out of me. I like minimalism. You know.
You seem like you've been doing art all your life.
Yeah, yeah. I couldn't do anything else. I was stuttering. I couldn't read. I was a sick child, and then came to school at 7, and literally, I'm so extreme. I was so extreme. I'm not that much more anymore, because I understood it. Once you understand
Oh,
neurodiversity, it's not a problem. But you have to understand it, and that's why it's so good. I like what you're doing, that you promote that awareness. We have to have awareness. Not that it's a superpower or whatever. I think it's a superpower, but I think every human has a superpower. You have to just
yeah.
find it. Life is about to find it. And it's also so sad that if your superpower was phenomenal in 100 years and isn't worth anything now, what can you do? You're nothing. It just, that's why some artists are discovered after the fact when they die. They
Oh,
mix at the time. I mean, why don't you see abstract art? Why don't you see that from before Van Gogh? There's no abstract art because they thought you were a witch and they burned you.
oh,
Yeah, they burned the art and you, because it wasn't, humans couldn't uh, fathom that you don't, grow a tree. And the artist was who painted the tree like a photo, the most realistic. And then Van Gogh came and he did, I'm just saying this in general so that people get an understanding. He did thick, and he made his, you saw it was a haystack, but the haystack was hard, and it wasn't like a haystack. You know, if I look at the Van Gogh's haystack, and next to a haystack is not a haystack like that. You know, so people then the German realists came on. They make everything perfect. You know, and that was very praised. And when abstract art comes, people they were outraged. Every art lover was outraged. And then the camera came, and the camera balanced out. You know, that said, you know, we are not interested anymore in details. You know, we're just we look at you know, we want something that challenges us. You know, you like to look at art that challenges you, that makes you think, that makes you feel, that says, what did he think, or what did she think about this? And why does she call this totem? I don't see any totem in this, but, you know, or why does she call it a car? I don't see a car. This is all flowers. So you want always your brain to put in the collaboration. This is actually already a collaboration. We create what we experience. So we see stuff and try to dissolve it so we can integrate that piece of art. So it's also what happens is when you see a piece of art, that you get tired of it. So once you have integrated it in yourself, it's not that the art gets bad or it's outdated.
Yeah.
No, you have digested it.
I've never considered that art, what you said about art like Van Gogh, or that it just
It's
wasn't
my
his
it's
time.
my it's my that's what I'm proving right now, that another perception clears your perception. It makes your perception of the world clearer. That's
Yes,
why humans are so valuable.
that's why I like doing this, because I get insights and perspectives from
Yeah, we all
a
have a different. We all
yes.
have a different perspective. And the fact that you said, I didn't think it from that, I know, she has a different perspective of mine. Not that I'm right or what. No, I'm not right. I know nothing. So never say, oh, he's an expert. I'm not an expert. I don't know anything. But I have my perspective, and a very clean perspective, you know? So if it's wrong or right, if I say the earth is flat or not, it's very clean that I say, I believe the earth is flat or round, you know? It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. It makes you think, it makes you engaged. If I
Yes.
keep saying here, oh, the earth is flat, and you say, let me think about that. What is, you know, or you could just shove me off and say he's stupid, you know? But have you experienced the worldly thing other than looking at the ocean and it is bent a little bit? And it could be oval, they could be flat and oval. I mean, see, there's so many, we have endless possibilities in what we, that's why it's so valuable to meet other people. It's the most
Yes.
valuable thing. There's no AI that can ever exchange a human. Never. The experience to meet you is can never be replaced by a robot.
I agree. Hmm. How often You often say awareness trumps everything. What does that mean in practice, and how did you first discover it?
Awareness is okay. There's knowledge. So I'm understand like right now a fuse is on my thing. I'm a motorcycle. I have to change the fuse, right? So I
Yep.
know I have to figure that out. And some people have the knowledge. They've done this. Have done. See, that's the operative word. Have experienced exchanging a fuse, and they know exactly what to do. They don't have a using instruction, but I have to get the knowledge. But I'm aware of that. What I just explained to you.
Yes.
The people see the awareness is a higher step up, and then the when more people have awareness, it comes to wisdom, and awareness makes your life easier because you when I if I know how to change this for the motorcycle, this, I can become a mechanic. But I can literally, because I'm honing my awareness, see first. Okay, understand. I have to sit down and read the using instruction. Another person just goes there and tries it and fails or succeeds. And the other person is the expert, the one that does it. And but the one that can change the thing doesn't mean because of knowledge in this, it can operate on a heart. But if you know what I think, that doesn't mean you can't do it, but you understand that you get an expert, that you get somebody that has done heart surgery, and you get somebody that has done that fuse, and that's the awareness of everything. Like saying, okay, being aware that if you say that the theory that we said on the beginning, that if the Earth is flat and excuse me, and we make assumption of that, uh, awareness is distorted. It's like, you know, there was they thought there was the Earth was flat, and there was round, and then uh, they then come Newtonian physics, then come quantum physics, then come quantum mechanics, and the when that gets more intense or more aware, when people say, okay, that resonates more with us. So Einstein could talk about quantum theory, but now everybody talks about it. So it becomes like you would say, it becomes it becomes integrated. Like the people are aware of neurodiversity, and now they can integrate it in life, and they're aware of quantum the theory because it was a theory, and now quantum physics is a thing, and quantum mechanics is a thing, and then there's in awareness is other things. There's duality, and there's synchronicity, or when you say there's good and bad, what is above good and bad? We just had a talk on X where the question was, what is under a black hole? And so we didn't even know there was black holes, right? We had no idea. I was like, oh, we found black holes. Oh my God. And I think the humanity creates what they wish. All humans create that energy. So there was no black hole. All of a sudden there is a black hole. Now we want to know. We don't even haven't been in there. We don't know what it is, but what can be in a black hole? And then what is on the bottom of the black hole? What is if you get in? How is that affected? And that's the awareness. See, we're talking out of the experience because we haven't experienced this. We're talking actually,
That's a good way to look at it. Experience.
look, yeah, it's always experience. If you can be you can have 3 doctorates and tell me what to do. If you have never take a scalpel and cut the heart to fix it, you don't know anything. You can tell me everything. I've talked in AI. I've talked to, I don't know, many podcasts on AI, and I have no clue about AI. I cannot code. I cannot do. I hardly use it. I use it to see what I want to talk about. I experience it, but I hardly talk about it because it's all awareness. It's all about, and we are good at that. Dyslexic and neurodiverse people are really good in that because we can not know. It's not about the knowledge, but how to fit the things together. Make it human-centric, make it common sense. That's why I always try to give examples to make it simpler, because we are so conditioned, everything is complicated. And once you have done it a couple of times, it's very simple. You don't have to do, first you're going to learn, when you drive a car, you have to do all these things. Tomorrow you step in the car and you have driven the years and you just start it and drive, you know?
Hmm.
It's not that complicated. It's just complicated that you can experience it. So I'm complicating uh, uh, explanations. So then you can, okay, I can do that. I can do this. I have a little problem with this, but because I know so many things, I can just jump in. By the way, you have a phenomenal mind, by the way. And
You think
people
so?
will say, well, how can you say that? I say it because I've never talked about these things. This
No?
comes right now. No, this comes right now. That's what I'm saying. I know nothing. I know the right thing to say in the right moment. So this is actually when you live life, not when you do life.
I've never heard before today. I've never heard the word
Centric.
human, yeah, human centric.
Centric.
Did you
Yeah,
I
I
make
came
that
up
up
with
or
it.
is
Yeah,
it
huh? Yeah.
okay?
But,
Explain
what I
that to
mean,
me.
yeah, human centric is the way that we communicate in this, and we are supposedly both defective, right? The way we communicate. No, but when you're disabled, they say I have yesterday done, no, last year done, in 24, I have done a test, and I was 2 points uh, uh, above autistic. So I'm just
Oh,
letting you know, so
okay.
so that the people don't, because we also in advertising for neurodiversity, right?
Yes.
Yes. So human centric. Human centric is when you are what you are, when you are a one of one, of one, not a 101. You're one. See, system says you're 101. The system says you're 101. So if you do the job and you steal, I throw you out and get somebody else to do the job. If you can do a job that only you can do, you can be changed. You cannot be a one of one. You have to look at you as she is the one of one, you know, that I want to marry, that I want to make my manager, that I want to do, uh, go around the world, that I want to have as my person that watches my children or whatever. So we are one of one. We are not 101. And we're not generalizing. And as I said before, when you generalize, you you are part of the self-destruction of humanity, because every generalization is harming. I don't believe that. You got to prove to me that when you generalize this, you're not harming anybody, because we are always changing. Life is always changing. It's not holding on. And see, the system is holding on.
Oh
You and
yes.
I are different people just since we started. We have probably shifted 100 times, of being, have a different perception, different thing, and everything changed. So we are constantly growing. So when a system says, okay, I know when you do this, capitalism works, for example. But we are 337 trillion in debt, the world. How can that be repaid if we don't value humans? See, if we just say systems, we just deny ourselves. And it's amazing. I am so amazed by your mind. I'm really amazed. It just, the stuff
I
comes in
appreciate
that
that.
where the hell does that come from?
Yeah,
Huh?
I appreciate that.
And yeah, and it's just you. It's just your 101. And the other thing is very interesting. Human centric is also, we are part of nature. See, we can't exploit nature, that some people have money and rich and wealthy and famous, and the rest is just supporting their lifestyle. That doesn't work. We are all one of one. And if we're not respecting every human soul, and just, oh, it was a mistake, there was 100 people got killed, there was a mass shooting. If we don't, if that's just little hints for us to see, are we not looking at humans are not worth anything? If a human cannot make more money than 16 bucks in a world where you can't even afford your apartment, you can't, no shelter. I mean, I'm not a socialist or anything. I said we have the brain power, and when everybody contributes, we can create a system where everybody can be okay. Because in nature, everybody is okay. In nature, it's not said, you don't tell a wolf, you know, at that age, you're going to get diabetes. At that, you have to do this. And you're really weak because you're male wolf, and you have to really, no, he's a wolf, and he's a male wolf, and he knows what he is. He doesn't try to be an elephant. And human centricity is behind that. It is that human, because it will help you when you look at any problem, because problems are made by systems. Nature has no problems. It's like if you, unless you think when the lion catches a gazelle, the
Right.
weakest gazelle, that is a thing. But also we know now that when you, even when you're, when I threaten you and shoot you or whatever, before I shoot you, your spirit goes out. Your spirit, your awareness goes out. You know, that's the awareness. The awareness is your spirit. Is you know, you watch yourself all the time, literally, because am I coming good across, coming out, and that goes away when you're aware, because you know you, this is just a vehicle.
I like this question. Can you share a moment in your life when awareness shifted your perspective so profoundly that change happened automatically?
Oh, it happens all the time. I mean, look at you. Look at the. I'm just saying, our conversation. You got to look at something different, and by looking at something different, you change your whole life. It just, you can't go back. So once I know, okay, let's say this. Uh, there's a couple, and let me shift up that we all don't always do the same. The woman goes with another man, and she's pregnant,
Okay.
and you know she, and the man knows she was with another man. Can you ever undo this? How can you undo this? You're going to be reminded every time you see the child. How can you, cannot undo this? This is so you're aware of that. She admitted it. She said, "Give me forgiveness." You forgave her, but you still, you cannot forget it. That people say when they see somebody killed, they cannot forget it. That's why we don't show people getting killed other than in movies, because
Right.
you can get it through the filter that this is not real. But and then we look at sex, right? And we look at sex and porn and think this is real. It's not real either. See, that's why I always was saying every porn movie should have what movies have, that this is not real. This is just a fantasy played out, you
Right.
know? And people say, "Oh, I got to treat women like that or a man like that." No, no, it's different. Everybody treats the other like they want to treat them, like they are,
Human.
human. Exactly. Human first. Two human come together.
What are some everyday examples of system driven choices we make without realizing it?
Hmm. That we are weak. One of the biggest thing
Yes.
is that we are weak. That we are weak. That we are not. Uh, that we are not. That we have nothing to contribute, because that's why everybody wants to matter. I don't care if I matter or not. I just come and talk, and I'm not famous. I don't want to be famous. I want to be me. It's not the fame that I want. See, and the people say, you gotta you gotta live this life to be that. So the reward is something, that thing. So it's always a carrot on the stick. Always, 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 always. It's saying, when you get this, you get it. And I've played this game. Trust me. I got front page articles. I got exhibition at international airports. I got all this stuff as an artist. And I said, once I have that, because everybody believes that once you have it. Now it's, the latest one is, if you write a book, everybody thinks that writes a book, that is automatically a bestseller, and they never have to worry about it. Everybody will flock to them. It can happen. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's possible, but it's not the rule. It's not the rule.
Right.
So you ask me our value, because we're looking at the result, who we are, versus at the, like the people say, oh, you have almost no, I had, I think, a podcast that had 0 views, and I said, I don't care. It doesn't matter. Why should I care that I matter? I know I matter, because I know the awareness that I'm one of one. And I know, if nature made me a one of one, there must be something to give. Every coin has two sides. There must be somebody that needs what I have to offer.
Yes. Yes, I
See?
agree. I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah.
I like this one. How can somebody begin to shift more towards a human-centric way of living.
Just being aware of that you are one. I think the skeleton key to this is you are one of one. Nature made you. You're not in charge of nature. Nature is in charge of you. The universe is in charge of you. God is in charge of wherever you're gonna go, how far you go. And you are one of one. And once you know that, the follow-up step is God or universe or nature comes through you. Allow that feeling of nature to come through you and to find what your function is in this world and mattering. Live your life and be in the moment. Live your life and be in the moment, and it comes through you. So that the problem I feel. And by the way, I wrote 3 white papers on dyslexia, so I can send you those. You can add that to the episode. Um, if I say to you, and this is the dyslexia, because we're shocked in the moment by what is, right? Like kids are shocked. They're shocked. They come from the beautiful nature and they're totally enlightened and everything. They come here and for 7 years they get conditioned. You got to do this, and life on planet is this, and it's not that. It's what a system decided that it is. You got to go to have religion, go to thing, and all this stuff is not really what we are. The 101. And when I learned so much from kids. I cannot tell you.
Oh yes.
I mean, I never look at a kid down. I never talk at a kid down. I just monkey around with kids, and I just observe, and by it observing, I say, we come from the space into the physical. We learn how to be in the physical in the first 7 years. And I'm not saying you shouldn't be directing your child. I'm not the guy who says, oh, let them do whatever. No, they want to learn what it is to be surviving here on this planet. And so that therefore they have to do certain things, and whatever your feeling with the child is. But some children you don't want him touch because they're so enlightened, and other people say, his spirit is all over. I gotta somehow let him know his spirit is all over, so he takes advantage that his spirit is all over. And then we go right. Our brain is not either centered, dyslexic and neurodiverse, or it's widespread. Mine is widespread. And so we have to, it pushes us in a way where we can never learn what we're supposed to learn. I could never learn in the way the system showed me how to read, how to speak, how to, I did 700 podcasts all over the world as a guest. So, and I couldn't do, for example, Toastmasters. I tried to do Toastmasters after
What's
first.
that?
Toastmaster is where you learn to speak, but learn to speak in a certain context. So when I come to you, I'm not dancing like you and I are dancing, right? If I could come here and talk all the stuff, not experience, all the facts of neurodiversity. I said
Yes.
dyslexia is this, whatever. So you cannot relate to it, and it's worthless. But they're still believing systems that it's important that you say it in the context, and people are very, it's the biggest fear. Speaking is the biggest fear. It's getting better. We're integrating it now, but it was for long the biggest fear to open speak in front of people, and I think it still is. But it's getting better because we have more podcasts and we practicing. Everything you have to practice.
Oh yes.
And so when I come in and that's why I think it is more. It's tough to us when people are not aware what dyslexia and neurodiversity is, um, when they don't, when we can't be system relevant. And that's why I segregate this in human centricity and system relevance. The human centric, and I can send you that essential document so you can add that so people can actually read afterwards. I want them to learn something when they at least, or get awareness. And it doesn't matter. I'm not saying what is right or wrong. I'm just saying, look at it and get your opinion, make your own opinion. We can talk about 8 hours that the earth is flat. If people believe it, they're happy. If people not believing, they're not happy. So it's not about anything. It's not about what's right or wrong. It's just, for me, it works better that the world is round, but for other people, it might be better that the world is flat. So who cares? Who cares? I don't care what right? I mean, you are you. You're not worrying about other people.
Yeah.
When you get to a certain age, when you're a kid, you worry only about the other people because you're here to learn. You know, you're here to learn what it is to be physical. Yeah. So, what did you say? What was the last question? Did I answer it?
Um, how can you begin to shift toward a more human-centric way of life?
Just being with nature, learning what you are. That once you accept that you are part of nature, once you accept that you're one of one,
Yes.
that is a trigger that that allows you to look at your life. When you get fired, somebody uses you as a 101, right? You're getting fired because, hey, she didn't do overtime, she didn't do this, she was talking to people, which is so important when you're in work environments. And I think there's AI cameras now, and I think Marion Williamson has written about that. They look at your thing. So you are on a call center, and you have, like, you just had 10 calls or 12 calls. They told you something, not just about the problem. They were attacking you, they were sweet, they were sexy, they were whatever, and you need to process that by looking out the window. Now the AI looks at you and said, hey, she looked out 3 minutes out of the window, she made a coffee twice. So humans cannot function if they don't digest. That's why sleep is the most important. It's not homelessness. Homelessness is, it's the sleep. And so the system says it's about homelessness. No, it's not. It's about the sleep that you need, your sleep to digest what you experienced in your day. And they get busier and busier, system relevant. The system is throwing stuff on you. And so when you are aware of that, it doesn't bother you anymore. So that just is what I cannot do. I cannot change all the systems. We cannot just be aware and then hope that system says, I want to update my system. I want to make a life system that is always in touch with the people that work. And it's also, hey, there's a different solution. Even if you have the best solution, let's try it out. You know. So making work very human. And then
I
people will,
wish.
yeah, and everybody wishes. The
I
people that
wish.
they try, but see, the people that tried that systemically, like Google and the big companies, yeah, they try to do this and let the coders all hang out and whatever. Did it systemically.
Yeah.
It was when you systemic solutions create systemic answers. Human, so human centric solution make human centric answers.
Yes.
Because also in human centricity, because we created all the systems, it's not like nature created, the high rise or anything. We created everything that's not natural. So we have the priority. And if you give up that humans have the priority, you end up in 337 trillion debt, because you give up you work cheaper, work faster, work this and this. That doesn't go to a certain extent. That doesn't go forever. You have to honor the being. It's like if I have a horse, I can use a horse to pull a cart, or I can use a horse to work 12 hours and hit it and slam it that it survives and doesn't. That's in the same we are. Same position we are right now. You know, we can't do more. We can do what a human does. We cannot do more than a human does. We have to be human first, and that's why I say human centric. Make sense?
Yes. I think you answered this one, but you describe humans as a creator of species. How does creativity connect us to our humanity?
Okay, there's another thing that I came up with. It's my opinion. You can take it or leave it. I think, I said, what can you generalize? Because I think generalization is bad. I told you that before. I said, what can I generalize about all humanity? What is an essence? An essence in everybody. It's the creation that I think is the first superpower. Our number one superpower is being creative. Solving daily life is creative. Putting the hairbrush on the right place that I find it tomorrow is creative. How do I do this the best? Now you do. I have a better example. Socks. Some people lay their socks flat, and some people wrinkle them
Roll
up.
them.
Yeah, rolling. So everybody has their own creativity, how they do things, how you solve life, and that's is number one. Number two is what we do right now, and I love doing this because we prove to people that, because I'm not prepared for this talk at all. I've never talked actually prepared. I have another podcast that's called Humanity Unboxed. I never I never prepare for this. And she's like you. We're just talking and she lets me talk. And then when she has something to say, and I and it's just like dance, it's a dance. You you know when there's still some flow, and when there's no flow, you come in and you do it. And there's nobody better. I told you, that's why I always say it's amazing what you bring to the table, because I'm very much aware of what I say. So I said, I've so many things I haven't verbalized that way, or done that way, or whatever. You have a lot in you. So, and then the third superpower is adaptation, because the dance is adaptation. You and I cannot be talking out the window and you talking to Riverside. That doesn't work. We
Yeah.
have to adapt to actually have that interaction. So it's creativity is number one. Number two is dialogue, not discourse. So a dance. And number three, and not a dance. Even if we talk about cars, I should have my own perspective about cars, and you your own perspective of cars. It will never, if we both like Porsche, you have to be very different perception about a Porsche than I to make it interested for Porsche lovers. If we talk about cars, we have a big audience, for the podcast guys, you know. So that's why I like to always promote Pod Match, because Alex is phenomenal and he's human centric. There's a very human centric example, and yeah, I keep always talking to him about human centricity.
I love that.
Yeah.
Um, you said that nature doesn't make mistakes. How does this perspective challenge the way we think about neurodiversity and uniqueness?
That super question, because neurodiversity is not a disease. It's not a dysfunction. It's systemically. So if I say, in a system, which you know very well, in a system, women are weak, they can't do what man can do, whatever. Then all of a sudden I stamp you, I imprint you being a human first and then a woman, then you're weak. If I stamp you as neurodiversity, you cannot read what everybody's supposed to read. You cannot write like what everybody's supposed to read. I make you systemically wrong, and that's it. There's. I talk to autistic children. I see also that we have a lot of increase now. The discovery that how autistic people are, how dyslexic, how neurodiverse, how PTSD. What helps PTSD? What makes it worse? It's not just something to drop a pill in you. It's to
Yes.
experience that. For example, with PTSD, I always thought, because the elder people, when I grew up, 50 or 60 years ago, the people would say, we can't talk about this. And I would think that was a pride, a human pride. I thought it was human centric. That people say, I can talk about this. but they can't talk about this because it's so inhumane what happened in wars and what they saw, that they don't want to even remind themselves about it. So it wasn't the systemic, the government of England said, don't talk about this. It wasn't about this, but it was sold as that,
Yeah.
you know?
Oh, you mentioned that awareness can make life 50% easier by
Yeah,
simplifying choices.
yeah.
How can listeners apply this in the daily decision making?
I sent you that link. I will send it. So I promised you the 4 links. You're the
Okay.
dyslexic, and you just think and then read that, because there has it's a read that you really get it. That you get the system relevance. With this podcast, you can really get it, because we show what the system relevance does, that doesn't change and grow, versus that what human do, that change and grow all the time. You know, we thought 20 years ago, I mean, there was no ADHD, there was no dementia, there was nothing. 20, 30 years ago, you were the one that were crazy, you know. Now
Oh,
everybody
yeah.
has it. So, and crazy is just, there is no craziness. It doesn't matter how damaged you are. There is no crazy. There's always help and hope. It doesn't matter. I've heard of people, and you know that there's you hear things that think, I can't believe that. I mean, I have a lunch with a lady that is 95 years old. Her spirit is totally up. She's not pretending. There's old people that is so in ego, they're pretending. She just is who she is. She bends down. She has no walker. She has no stick, and she's perfect. And she has shown me something about age that I never would have expected. And I say that you always hear from something, a healer calling you from Ireland, and all of a sudden you had this boil here, and the boil disappears. Next time you wake up and there's no boil. It's just that is always a solution. There's never, okay, she's defunct, like, or he's defunct. Let's just forget about that. Everybody contributes always, and it always contributes to a system, because if the system makes them not worthy, they have to pay for it.
Hmm.
So, and then we all have to pay for it. And we always pay for everything. It doesn't matter. You pay for wars. They take your taxes. And what I always keep very reiterating, you cannot pay for a war that is the worst pollutant for nature, right? It's the worst pollutant. It bombs things. It destroys infrastructure, and be at the same time using tax money for climate change. Do what's less pain. So if war destroys everything, it has no human value. It probably has human value, but haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, say, we need to take another 10% from you, because we have to do with climate change, and we tax every good that makes pollutes thing. Then why don't you tax the war for yourself and pay for yourself for the war? you know. So
How do you hope your work will influence future generations?
I don't know. It's not the point. That's not the point. My work is not the point. My work is being me. And by being me 100%, I will be affecting people.
Yes.
Yeah. It's just, I don't have to say, I'm going to show her what I can do. No, no. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't want to have a legacy or anything. This is not, I'm not, see, this is the system relevant carrot on the stick, right? It's saying you got a legacy, but you're gonna be famous. Now, I'm asking you, what legacy have all the presidents of any country? What do you have a legacy is? A legacy have musician. I can say Churchill was good or bad. I can say Kennedy was good or bad. But I have no, because all my family said Kennedy was good, so I should love Kennedy. Now I'm saying You discovered Mozart. You discovered the artist. All that's why art is the first superpower. The art that this person did, the paintings, Picasso, and you discover that, and you say, and that's a legacy because look, they talk more about the artist than about anybody else.
That's true.
This person has written a book. That's why creativity is the superpower. It's never the copy. And if you think you can crank out with AI and Mozart and Beethoven, I guarantee you can't.
You're super expanding my mind today. You're like mind blowing. I'm just trying to take it all in. I
It
feel
does,
like we could go all day
I
about
know.
this topic.
Yeah. No,
You know,
this is why I love. But once you get it already, because you said you love podcasting, because and now you look different after this. You probably look different at podcasting too, because how can I get the most perspective of this person versus I want to be right or I want to be wrong or I want to be learning something. You learn something anytime you interact with a human, even if with your foe. If somebody just even hurts you and whatever, you learn. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not condoning the behavior. My behavior is harm to none. I don't condone any pain or suffering or hurt, but I say even if that happens, it just happens and you handle it, and also you learn, because if
I,
you yeah, go ahead.
I like the way you look at that human connection, but you realize that some people are also, what would you say to people that have social anxiety and that are scared of that connection?
Study more and go into yourself, don't look outside. So if I have that too, by the way, my nervous system, I was yesterday at an event, is also revved up. It's not the normal. I was quiet and calm, and it wasn't frighten me. I mean, when I was 20, I had panic attacks. I stopped in the middle of the 405. I couldn't move. I had all that stuff. But this is why I'm saying stuff happens, you go through it, and then less and less. And I realized the one the being in the now. I realized when I said when it was like the third time that I stopped in the middle of a huge freeway, and I couldn't move. I couldn't move. I was not fearing I'm dying or anything. I just could. Was how that is, and um, and when I said and somebody said to me, see, this is an impact. So somebody said nobody has ever died of anxiety,
Feels like
and
it.
aware, yeah, it feels like it's the emotion, but nobody has died of anxiety. And then I said, I'm gonna take a bag. We're gonna do breathing bag and stuff. And I'm also an asthmatic, and so that had all something to do with my neurodiversity. I didn't get enough oxygen or whatever. But you see, I got that and still have the other stuff. I don't have to have that normal when I can think in another way. When I can think dyslexic, when I have a neurodiverse wisdom, I don't need to. I don't need to have the regular one, because the regular one everybody has, and I have something very special.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's why we have this podcast. We have this podcast to make people say, "Hi, this is normal. How you deal with it?" So what I did was I stopped the car when it came on. My panic came on. I drove on the side, put the hazard lights on, took the bag, and say, "Okay, let's come it on. Nobody ever died from it. Let's give it to me. Anxiety, come on." The moment I said that, it was gone. And once you
Bring it.
experience this, you just, I leaned into it. I had so much fear, I leaned into the fear in a place where I could lean into fear where it's not dangerous for anybody, harm to none. So I just drove simple. This that simple, and you can study medicine and everything 100 times. If you haven't experienced this, you cannot speak it. So you can say, "Oh, that theory that was Michaell had that." Well, that was me. Somebody else might not help. For me, it helped to get on the side and to say, when it feels coming on, I can get really quick on. And that wasn't in the fifth lane. I was like in the middle thing, and it just went back on the side. Hazard lights on, bag, and this, I held the bag. I didn't put it on. And I said, okay, bring it on. I want the full experience of that anxiety. Bring it on. Bring the fear on. I want to shit in my pants, and whatever happens, I want to do that. And and nothing happened. It was gone instantly. And I drove home happy.
Good.
I mean, it's just, and then now every time that I did it, I didn't not once, I did a couple times. You said, I want to be safe. I don't want to hurt myself or anybody else.
Right.
I'm going to go on the side. And you shouldn't have emotions are just clarification of stuff. They're not they're not the fact. And people think, oh, I'm hurt. You really hurt me. No, you chose to be hurt because, unless I stab you or whatever. But emotion, if you think you hurt me, you called me something, it's a word. You take the word either as bad or he doesn't know what he says. We need to segregate also from the awareness. We need to go into our spirit versus in physically what happens to us. How many people feel bad because they're not 100% healthy? Yeah, system has conditioned us for 200 years. We're not healthy. We're not nature. You never see that. In nature, even if you have 3 legs, you just keep walking and be happy. And I'm not saying you should have 3 legs, but I say if you have 3 legs, better be happy. Why would you suffer and make yourself think? The self-punishment is so hard, and that's what most dyslexic, that's why dyslexic and neurodiverse are hypersensitive. Also, so they're already hypersensitive. And then when they get the feedback and then they make it themselves, because nobody thinks about you. They think, okay, he's dyslexic, he can't read, who cares, But when you start, then I'm not liked, I'm not loved, I'm not a part of this, then you punish yourself. Or if you feel fear, you feel the wrong emotion. You should feel joy and happy all the time. You don't know what happiness is and joy if you don't feel always, yin and yang. You have to have both. You have to. Everything, there is no wrong. See, when you can see that there is no wrong, there's always has events are neutral. You is what you make out of it. Because if you have a trip to this and it was the greatest thing ever, I could have the same trip and say it was
Right.
the disaster. I can't believe that you told me I should go to this trip. That's why I
Yeah.
say that's my opinion. I never try to tell other people what to do, ever. See it. I want you to see it or experience it.
Yes. Um, 2 more questions. Is there anything that you want to cover that we didn't cover?
No.
Oh, you're so simply funny. I love
No,
it.
no, but I monkey around.
You really expanded my mind today, and I'm still taking it all in. And I feel like I'm going to be taking it in all
Oh,
day, and I feel like I'm going to think of questions later to ask you.
yeah,
And
we can do this again. Wanda,
I was going
Wanda,
to say,
we are
know that
like
you're
this.
welcome.
Wanda, we are like this. We are like this, connected by dyslexia.
Know that you can come back
Yeah.
anytime.
Now, but it's your show, so whenever you feel you want me on again, have me on.
Okay.
Okay.
Um, the last question is, if listeners walk away with one insight from this conversation, what do you want it to be?
You are one human of 8 billion people. Now, tell me why somebody can tell you what to do or who is right. I mean, tell me. If you're one of one, there is no all woman, all man, not all black people, all dyslexic people, or anything. No, there is no such thing. Every dyslexic is such a good example because dyslexia is defined scientifically by system that every dyslexic or neurodiversity is different. That's why the system calls it on a spectrum, because it is not the same.
Yeah.
And it's like bipolar is not the same for everybody. It's like I know bipolar people, they were defined as bipolar. They're just normal people that react more extreme in extremes. So, but they need to put it out and define it so then they can sell medicine and treatment and care and whatever. And so you manipulate it instead of dancing with each other.
I love your unique perspective. Like I just love it, and I love how true you are to yourself and how comfortable you are in it.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Yeah.
want to thank you so much for being on the show today.
Thank you. I'm so grateful that we actually dyslexic and neurodiverse humans. Uh,
Exist?
I exemplary, because this is all exemplary. This my appearance is exemplary for people that you can think differently. Not, you can hate what I say, but what I say is who I am.
Yes.
So
Thank you again.
thank you.
Yes.
Wonderful. You want me to wait, right, for the upload and stuff?
Um I'll how can we do that?
I don't know.
On
Is there a thing you can go? I can leave the thing on. You can go off, and I can leave it on if you want. If the Riverside loads it up, because
um
it's I think you have it, but
Oh,
it's
like I get off and then you stay on and upload it?
yeah. I just let it, yeah, and it uploads automatically.
Okay. Good. 'Cause I really have to pee.
Okay, that happens. That happens.
Okay. Thank you so
Nice to
much
meet
again.
you.
You
And
too.
hey, you have all my links, right?
Yep, on Podmatch, and I believe I added you on Facebook.
Yeah, so we have to connect on this thing so we can. I cross promote always the people that I.
Oh, okay.
So you bring yours out. You tell me it got it out. Here are the links on YouTube and wherever you are, and then I make a paragraph about our talk and
Aw,
release it like a new thing.
beautiful.
Okay, I figured
I'll
that
do
out.
that.
Okay,
Okay.
bye, Wanda.
Thank you so much.
Monkey. My name is Monkey. Mm. You is monkey. You is junkie. You is monkey. You is junkie.